Far below the towers of Aretusa, the sea presses against Thanet Island in slow black folds, each wave breaking softly against stone that has watched generations of sorcerers come and go. Above it, lamps burn behind high windows, throwing narrow bars of gold across galleries where polished floors still carry the footsteps of people who believe their order is permanent. Somewhere inside those walls, portals wait to be opened, spells lie ready behind careful words, and old alliances are beginning to fracture in silence. This is where our complete history of magic on the continent will begin. Not at the beginning of time, but at the moment when centuries of discipline are about to fail. You can let the story move slowly around you as you settle toward sleep, following magic backward from this island into ages when no academy, kingdom, or council could claim to understand it. If you have been returning to these nights, leave a note of which one this is for you. If you are new, call this night one. There is something almost peaceful about Thanet before the violence begins, and that peace is deceptive because the island itself embodies a dream that has shaped human civilization for centuries. Aretusa exists because people believed magical talent could be found, trained, ordered, refined, and finally made useful. The Brotherhood exists because sorcerers believed that those who wield extraordinary power could govern themselves through rules and hierarchy. Kings trusted court mages because they believed magic could be incorporated into politics without swallowing politics whole. Yet beneath those assumptions lies a much older truth, one the continent repeatedly tries to forget. Magic did not begin as an institution, and it did not arrive asking permission. To understand how those lamps came to burn over Thanet, you have to travel back to an age when the world itself was less settled. What kind of power existed before humans had words for it, before they built towers, before any rector stood before a frightened young adept and told her how to draw from a source? The answer begins with the conjunction of the spheres, the ancient catastrophe that left realities pressed briefly and violently against one another. The books treat the conjunction as a distant foundational event, preserved more through fragments of history and learned explanation than through any surviving eyewitness account. Creatures not native to the continent were stranded there, and human beings themselves came into a world already inhabited by elder races, monsters that later generations would classify, hunt, catalog, and paint into bestiaries were not created by witchers or mages. They were consequences of a universe that had once broken its own borders. Every later attempt to control magic begins in the shadow of that event, even when the people making the attempt no longer think of themselves as its heirs. The important detail is not simply that monsters appeared after the conjunction, but the categories themselves became unstable. A ghoul feeding in a graveyard, a graveir lurking beneath ruined earth, or a higher vampire wearing the appearance of a man could all be placed beneath the broad human word monster. Yet their origins, intelligence, and nature were profoundly different. The witcher profession would eventually spend generations learning those distinctions because survival depended on precision. Silver could serve against many supernatural creatures, while steel remained for men and for threats that were entirely mortal, but no weapon alone could explain why such beings existed. Long before Geralt of Rivia drew either sword, the world had already become a meeting ground for things that did not belong to the same natural order. Humanity's later confidence in naming the supernatural would always conceal how recently, in historical terms, people had learned to live beside it. The elder races had lived on the continent before the human kingdoms rose, and the elves, in particular, carried traditions of knowledge that made the later northern academies look young. The Enseida possessed their own culture of magic, architecture, language, and memory before human settlers spread across the land. Their ruins remain scattered through places that humans later renamed, repurposed, or simply misunderstood. And the relationship between human and elven civilization was never one of simple inheritance. Knowledge was borrowed, adapted, seized, translated, and sometimes destroyed in the same centuries that saw elven lands reduced beneath expanding human states. When human sorcerers eventually presented themselves as custodians of magical knowledge, they were standing inside a history far older than their institutions. Here is the first historical irony of magic on the continent. Those who later claimed authority over it were not its discoverers so much as its newest administrators. You can feel that older world most clearly whenever Geralt encounters something no academy has truly domesticated. In The Last Wish, the djinn released near Rinda does not behave like a neat bundle of magical energy waiting to be instructed by a trained sorcerer. It is powerful, dangerous, and independent, bound by laws that can be exploited, but not reduced to ordinary spellcraft. Yennefer tries to capture and control it, and the attempt nearly destroys the building around her as the djinn lashes out against confinement. Geralt's final wish changes the course of both their lives. Yet even then, the creature remains something more ancient and alien than the people struggling around it. The scene matters because it exposes the difference between using magic and owning its source. Yennefer is already one of the most formidable sorceresses Geralt has met when the djinn nearly kills her, and that fact keeps the moment from becoming a simple lesson about inexperience. She knows enough to recognize the creature's possibilities, and precisely because she understands power, she is tempted to take hold of more of it. Geralt watches the room collapse around her while she continues the struggle, unwilling to surrender what she believes she can master. This is not weakness in her character. It is one of the most human qualities in a woman who has spent much of her life transforming weakness into control. The books return again and again to people who know more than everyone around them and still misjudge the boundary between knowledge and dominion. Magic becomes dangerous, not merely when the ignorant touch it, but when the learned begin to assume that understanding entitles them to possession. That pattern stretches far beyond djinn. The very existence of beings such as higher vampires reminds you that supernatural reality is not arranged according to human convenience. Regis, encountered later in Baptism of Fire and traveling with Geralt's company, is intelligent, reflective, educated, and morally capable of choices that make the common human category of monster painfully inadequate. He does not fit the crude expectation that every creature born beyond human nature exists only to be slain. By the time Geralt knows him, the Witcher's world has already taught him to distrust easy classifications. Even while his profession depends on classification for survival, magic and monstrosity share this uncomfortable quality. Both become easier to fear once they are named, but naming them does not mean they have been fully understood. The same uncertainty reaches into bloodlines, and here, the history of magic becomes more intimate. Long before Ciri understands what she carries, the elder blood has already passed through generations descended from Lara Dorren. Lara was an elven sorceress whose union with the human Cregennan of Laud became part of a bloodline that would eventually converge in Cirilla of Sintra. That lineage will become one of the most fiercely contested sources of power in the saga, drawing the attention of sorcerers, kings, Nilfgaard, and the NL for reasons far larger than Ciri herself initially understands. Yet, at this early point in our history, the importance of Lara Dorren lies in what her descendants demonstrate about magic. Power does not always sit outside the body, waiting to be summoned. Sometimes history carries it forward, through birth. This changes the question completely because an external force can at least be approached as something separate from the person using it. A source in the earth, a current of elemental energy, a bound creature, or an enchanted object can be studied from the outside. Blood cannot. Once magical potential becomes hereditary, every attempt to control the power risks becoming an attempt to control the person who carries it. The political future of Ciri will eventually expose this with brutal clarity, but the roots are already present in the old union of Lara Dorren and Cregennan. What begins as a love story across racial boundaries becomes, generations later, material for dynastic calculation. And so, the earliest history of magic on the continent is not really a history of spells at all. It is a history of people waking inside a world already filled with forces, species, memories, and laws they did not create. Humans arrive late, build quickly, and then begin the long process of turning mystery into vocabulary. Monsters receive names, magical phenomena receive categories, talents are identified, and scattered knowledge is gathered into systems. This is how civilization survives the unknown, and there is nothing foolish about the impulse. The danger begins only when naming something starts to feel the same as possessing it. That distinction will become crucial once human mages stop merely observing magical power and begin teaching others how to draw it deliberately. By the time Yennefer of Vengerberg trains Ciri in Blood of Elves, sorcery has accumulated methods, disciplines, warnings, and technical language refined over centuries. Ciri is no longer standing before magic as a prehistoric human might have stood before some impossible force descending from another sphere. She has a teacher, exercises, rules, and a vocabulary for what she feels. Yet the power beneath those lessons is still the same kind of thing the old world feared: immense, responsive, and dangerous when approached without control. The next step in this history, then, is not the invention of magic, but the invention of the mage. Why can one person stand beside a magical source and feel almost nothing, while another can draw enough power from it to kill, heal, transform, or tear open a passage through space? That question sits beneath nearly every formal lesson Yennefer gives Ciri in Blood of Elves. Because magical talent on the continent is not distributed evenly and never behaves like a simple craft anyone can learn with sufficient patience. Some people possess sensitivity to magical forces, some can be trained into formidable practitioners, and a rarer few are sources whose power manifests with unusual intensity and danger. Ciri belongs to that last category, though even the adults around her initially struggle to understand the full nature of what she carries. Her education therefore begins not with grandeur, but with restraint, because raw ability without discipline is not a gift a teacher can safely admire from a distance. It is a hazard inside the pupil herself. Yennefer's training is important because the books present sorcery as something practiced through technique rather than vague desire. Ciri must learn concentration, control, and the proper way to approach the forces from which magical energy can be drawn. Yennefer teaches her to recognize sources and to understand that power has conditions, limits, and consequences, even if those limits are not always visible in the moment. The process is closer to learning how to handle a dangerous current than discovering a secret word that makes the world obey. Ciri's frustration repeatedly exposes how much discipline stands between possessing potential and becoming a mage. The lesson is quiet but severe. Talent may open the door, yet training decides whether the person stepping through it remains herself. The books also make clear that magical practice can take radically different forms once that discipline is acquired. Sorcerers use portals, telepathy, illusions, transformations, healing, protective barriers, and destructive spells, but these abilities do not reduce to one uniform technique. A court sorceress advising a monarch may spend more time sending messages or gathering information than hurling fire across a battlefield. A healer may use knowledge entirely different from the methods of a battle mage, while an illusionist can alter perception without physically changing the thing being seen. Even among highly trained practitioners, specialization matters, temperament matters, and experience matters. Magic is therefore less like a single weapon than a whole intellectual tradition whose branches can be bent toward radically different ends. And yet the most revealing lessons are often the ones that go wrong. In time of contempt, Ciri's journey through the Korath desert brings her to one of the saga's most dangerous magical moments. Exhausted, isolated, and desperate, she reaches toward fire as a source of power, despite the warnings surrounding it. The energy floods through her with an intensity that feels intoxicating and destructive at once, and for a moment, the boundary between using power and being consumed by it nearly disappears. She ultimately renounces magic in the aftermath, not because her capacity has vanished, but because what she touched terrified her. That scene tells you more about sorcery than any polished demonstration in an academy hall. Notice what Sapkowski does here. Ciri's failure is not caused by stupidity, and it is not a punishment for ignorance alone. She has already been taught by Yennefer, understands that drawing from fire is dangerous, and still reaches for it because circumstances reduce the distance between knowledge and desperation. This is a psychological truth embedded inside the rules of magic. Discipline holds while the person practicing it can still choose calmly. But fear, thirst, grief, ambition, and urgency can bend judgment faster than any formal code. The great problem of magical civilization will therefore never be merely whether people know the rules. It will be whether they obey them when power suddenly offers a solution. That distinction is also why the idea of a source matters so much. A source is not simply a mage with a larger reserve of energy, and treating the term that way flattens what the books actually show. A source manifests magical potential in ways that can be unstable, involuntary, prophetic, or overwhelming, which is why such individuals require guidance and protection. Ciri's episodes of trance and vision appear before she understands them, leaving Geralt, Triss, and later Yennefer to interpret what she cannot yet name. Her power announces itself before she possesses the vocabulary to describe it. In her case, identity arrives after manifestation, and that reversal makes every adult decision around her more dangerous. Tris Marigold's time at Kaer Morhen in Blood of Elves gives one of the clearest examples. The Witchers can train Ciri physically, teach her balance, endurance, swordsmanship, and survival. But they know that her strange episodes lie beyond their competence. Tris recognizes that what is happening to Ciri cannot be solved with Witcher methods alone, and her presence exposes the limits of one kind of expert knowledge. Vesemir may understand monster behavior, mutagens, and the traditions of the wolf school, yet none of that makes him the right teacher for a child whose visions seem tied to forces outside ordinary Witcher experience. Expertise on the continent is powerful precisely because it is narrow. The mistake comes when specialists forget where their knowledge ends. Yennefer becomes the necessary next teacher because she understands both sorcery and Ciri's temperament well enough to impose structure without reducing the girl to a specimen. Their lessons in Blood of Elves build a relationship that eventually becomes deeply maternal. But that bond is forged through rigor rather than indulgence. Yennefer corrects Ciri, frustrates her, demands attention, and insists that magical work obey discipline even when Ciri would prefer immediate results. The sternness is not ornamental characterization, it is part of the safety system. Someone with Ciri's potential cannot be trained through flattery, because hesitation at the wrong moment can be as dangerous as arrogance. Yennefer is teaching her not simply how to perform magic, but how to survive being capable of it. The difference between Ciri's training and Geralt's use of signs also becomes important here. Geralt can produce Ard, Igni, Quen, Yrden, and Axii, but Witcher signs are deliberately limited forms of magic compared with full sorcery. They are practical tools integrated into combat and monster hunting, not evidence that every Witcher is a conventional mage. An Ard can stagger an opponent, Igni can produce flame, Quen can protect, Yrden can shape a magical trap or field, and Axii can influence a mind, but none of these make Geralt capable of the broad workings available to Yennefer or Vilgefortz. The contrast shows how magical knowledge can be compressed into narrow techniques for a specific profession. Even magic itself can be standardized when the goal is sufficiently limited. That standardization will later become one of the great obsessions of magical institutions. If talent is dangerous because it is uneven, then schools can identify it. If technique is dangerous because it is difficult, then teachers can formalize it. If sources are dangerous because their power erupts unpredictably, then experts can supervise them. Every one of those conclusions sounds reasonable when viewed separately, and many of them are reasonable. But taken together, they produce a new possibility: the belief that magical people should be organized from childhood by those who already hold authority. Before Aretuza and Ben Ard become political engines, they first become answers to a practical problem. How do you prevent gifted children from harming themselves or others while learning abilities ordinary families cannot safely teach? How do you preserve difficult knowledge across generations without relying on scattered masters and private apprenticeships? How do you distinguish true aptitude from superstition, charlatanism, or uncontrolled manifestation? These are not sinister questions, and that is exactly why the institutions built around them will become so powerful. Systems endure longest when they begin by solving a real danger. The transition from personal instruction to institutional training marks one of the decisive turns in the history of magic. Yennefer can teach Ciri because she knows her, watches her reactions, and adjusts to the person in front of her. But an academy must teach many students, and therefore needs rules that work without intimacy. Once that happens, magical education begins to create categories, expectations, ranks, and approved methods. Talent becomes something that can be evaluated, shaped, and eventually deployed into courts, councils, laboratories, and diplomatic chambers. The old mystery of who can touch chaos becomes an administrative question. And somewhere on Thanedd, long before its corridors fill with conspiracy, that administrative dream takes stone form. What changes when magical talent stops belonging mainly to the person who possesses it and begins to pass through institutions with gates, rectors, examinations, and rules? Aretuza is the clearest answer. Rising on Thanedd Island above the sea where we first opened this story, but the school matters for far more than its towers or reputation. It represents the moment sorcery becomes reproducible as a social system. Young women with magical aptitude can be identified, separated from ordinary life, trained, reshaped, and introduced into a professional world that already knows what it expects from them. By Geralt and Yennefer's era, Aretuza is not an experiment, but an established center of magical authority. The wilderness of individual talent has been turned into a curriculum. Tradition associates Aretuza's foundation with Clara Larissa de Winter, while the school itself becomes inseparable from Thanedd's larger magical complex and from the culture of the Brotherhood. Its students are taught under the eye of women whose authority extends far beyond classroom technique. Tissaia de Vries, one of the most formidable figures in the books, embodies that severity with almost frightening purity. She demands control, precision, cleanliness, intellectual discipline, and respect for the art because she understands what carelessness can cost. Her standards can seem cold, yet they come from a worldview in which a badly trained sorceress is not merely an embarrassment but a danger. In Tissaia's mind, discipline is the wall separating civilization from catastrophe. Ban Ard performs a comparable function for male adepts, giving the magical profession another major center of formal training. Together, these schools make something possible that solitary masters never could: continuity on a large scale. Knowledge can survive the death of individual practitioners because methods, records, techniques, and traditions are passed forward through organized teaching. A kingdom may lose a court sorcerer, but the profession does not lose the knowledge that produced him. That is an enormous civilizational advantage, especially in a world where portals can carry messages faster than horses and trained mages can influence warfare, medicine, diplomacy, and intelligence. Once schools exist, sorcery becomes infrastructure. But infrastructure always raises another question. Infrastructure for whom? Aretuza does not educate girls simply so that they may return anonymously to farms, villages, or merchant homes and use magic as they please. Its graduates enter a social order that channels their abilities toward courts, institutions, research, and political service. Their appearance is refined, their manners shaped, and their identities often remade alongside their magical competence. Yennefer's own transformation from a physically deformed girl into the poised sorceress Geralt later meets is one of the saga's most memorable examples of how thoroughly magical education can reconstruct a life. The academy does not merely teach power, it produces a type of person legible to power. That distinction matters because many sorcerers in the books become socially detached from ordinary aging and ordinary expectations. Magic allows practitioners to preserve youth and alter appearance, creating a class whose bodies no longer advertise time in the same way as the people around them. A monarch grows older while the advisor at court may appear almost unchanged. Peasants inherit scars, bent backs, missing teeth, and the visible costs of labor, while accomplished sorcerers can move through polished halls, looking untouched by decades. This difference is not simply cosmetic. It creates psychological distance between those who possess magical privilege and those who see that privilege from below. There is a cruel irony in how effectively the academies solve the very problem they were designed to address. A frightened child with unstable talent becomes less dangerous after training, but the trained adult is also vastly more capable than the child ever was. The institution reduces accidental chaos while increasing deliberate power. A badly controlled burst of magic might injure a household. A disciplined court mage can help shape the fate of a kingdom. Education therefore narrows one kind of danger and enlarges another. The better the system works, the more important its graduates become to politics. Season of Storms gives us another side of this institutional world through Riesberg, a center associated with magical research and experimentation. Geralt's encounters there reveal sorcerers treating monsters, mutations, and dangerous phenomena as subjects worthy of study rather than merely threats to be destroyed. This pursuit of knowledge is not inherently corrupt. In fact, without it, much of the continent's understanding of supernatural creatures would remain primitive. Yet Riesberg also exposes the temptation to treat living beings as material once research acquires institutional protection. A laboratory can ask questions a battlefield never has time to ask, but it can also forget that its subjects are not abstractions. Knowledge becomes easier to justify when the people harmed by its pursuit remain outside the room. This is where the history of magic begins to resemble the history of every powerful profession. First comes expertise, then certification, then hierarchy, and finally the claim that only the initiated can be trusted to govern the field. In the magical world, that claim has considerable merit because the consequences of incompetence can be catastrophic. An untrained sorcerer cannot be compared neatly to an untrained mason or scribe. Yet the same argument that justifies expert oversight can also justify secrecy, exclusion, and self-protection. Once an institution defines competence, it gains influence over who is permitted to speak with authority at all. Aretusa's relationship with Thaned makes that authority physically visible. The school stands not in some remote mountain valley, but beside places where the magical elite gather, converse, and govern their own affairs. Students therefore grow up close to the centers of professional power they may one day enter. They are not simply learning spells. They are absorbing assumptions about how sorcerers should relate to rulers, colleagues, and ordinary people. Every institution teaches through architecture as much as through lessons, and Thaned tells its students that magic belongs in marble halls, behind guarded doors, among those who know the language. By the time an adept graduates hierarchy can feel as natural as gravity. Yennefer complicates this picture because she never becomes a simple mouthpiece for the institution that formed her. She benefits from magical education, moves comfortably among powerful sorcerers, and understands the codes of their world, yet she is also fiercely independent and repeatedly places personal loyalties above institutional convenience. Her bond with Geralt violates the clean social boundaries between sorcerer and witcher, while her devotion to Ciri eventually matters more to her than the schemes of magical politics. This is important because institutions do not erase character. They shape people, but people can still resist the roles those institutions prepared for them. And Tissaia, for all her rigidity, will later reveal the same complexity in a far more tragic form. Her faith in the principles of the Brotherhood is so deep that she cannot easily accept the idea that its members might abandon those principles for factional warfare. She believes in rules because she has spent a lifetime building a world around them. That belief makes her admirable in one sense and catastrophically vulnerable in another. Institutions are strongest when people trust them, but that trust becomes dangerous when the institution's symbols survive after its shared purpose has already fractured. Thanedd will eventually punish that distinction with blood. Before that collapse, however, the magical profession needs something larger than schools. Aretuza can educate, Ban Ard can train, and Risberg can research, but none of them alone can answer disputes between sorcerers spread across kingdoms with competing rulers and interests. Someone must decide what practices are forbidden, what conduct is acceptable, how magical knowledge is protected, and how practitioners relate to political authority. The answer becomes the Brotherhood of Sorcerers and the governing bodies around it. Education has created a profession. The next step is inevitable. The profession will now try to govern itself. Why would sorcerers powerful enough to cross kingdoms through portals, advise monarchs, alter bodies, and devastate battlefields ever submit themselves to councils and rules made by other sorcerers? The answer lies in the same fear that created the academies. Power becomes more dangerous when no one agrees where its boundaries should be. The Brotherhood of Sorcerers emerges as the great structure meant to hold the profession together, tying schools, senior practitioners, political advisors, and researchers into something more durable than personal reputation. Within that order, institutions such as the Chapter of the Gift and the Art and the Council of Wizards give formal shape to hierarchy among practitioners. The Brotherhood does not eliminate rivalry, ambition, or ideology, but it creates procedures through which those forces are supposed to remain contained. For a time, the system is strong enough that kings treat organized sorcery almost as a permanent feature of statecraft. This arrangement changes the meaning of magical authority because the profession now regulates itself from within. A gifted individual can no longer claim legitimacy simply by demonstrating power. Standing among other mages matters, as do alliances, seniority, and adherence to accepted norms. The chapter and council exist because spellcraft alone cannot settle disputes about how sorcerers should behave. A person may be able to open a portal across hundreds of miles and still require institutional permission, reputation, or political backing to influence the larger magical community. This creates a strange double hierarchy in which power of the art and power of office are not always the same thing. A weaker sorcerer with the right position may sometimes matter more politically than a stronger one with no allies. The courts of the northern kingdoms make this tension impossible to ignore. Sorcerers serve rulers because magic offers advantages no ordinary advisor can match, from communication and intelligence to healing, protection, and counsel grounded in knowledge unavailable to most nobles. Philippa Eilhart stands close to King Visimir of Redania and becomes one of the clearest examples of a mage whose political instincts are every bit as formidable as her magical abilities. Triss Marigold serves King Foltest of Temeria, moving between royal politics and personal loyalty in ways that repeatedly place her inside the tensions of the age. Sabrina Glevisig is tied to Cadwyn, while other court mages occupy similar positions across the north. Once sorcerers become fixtures beside thrones, the distinction between advising power and participating in power grows increasingly thin. The irony is the courts invite sorcerers precisely because rulers fear being outmatched by rivals who have sorcerers of their own. A king without magical counsel risks slower communication, weaker intelligence, poorer protection, and less understanding of supernatural threats than a neighboring monarch who maintains a powerful mage at court. What begins as an advantage soon becomes an expectation. Magic stops being exceptional and becomes part of the machinery of competition between states. No ruler needs to trust sorcerers completely in order to depend on them. Dependence is enough. That dependence also explains why true magical neutrality becomes difficult long before Thanedd collapses. A sorcerer who serves Redania cannot act as though Redanian interests are irrelevant when war approaches, just as a mage attached to Temeria cannot pretend the fate of Foltest's realm is an abstract matter. Personal loyalties complicate matters further because the Brotherhood's members are not interchangeable pieces within a single institution. Philippa thinks strategically. Triss carries attachments that repeatedly disrupt political calculation, and Yennefer guards her independence even while moving through the same elite world. The Brotherhood may speak of the profession as a collective, but its members live among rival kingdoms. Geography keeps pulling at the unity that institutions try to preserve. This is the structural weakness hidden inside the magical order from the beginning. The Brotherhood has authority over sorcerers, but it does not rule the kingdoms in which those sorcerers live and work. Kings possess armies, taxes, dynastic claims, borders, spies, and rivalries, extending far beyond magical law. Sorcerers therefore inhabit two political systems at once: the professional order of their peers and the territorial ambitions of mortal states. As long as those systems broadly cooperate, the arrangement appears stable. When their interests diverge, every court mage must eventually decide which set of obligations matters more. And still, even while the Brotherhood is building rules around traditional sorcery, another experiment in controlled supernatural power is taking shape outside its elegant halls. Why did humanity create witchers if trained mages already existed? The answer is brutally practical. Sorcerers were never designed to patrol swamps, enter crypts, identify tracks, brew specialized toxins, and spend their lives killing monsters for coin. The post-conjunction world required specialists who could survive direct contact with creatures ordinary humans could not reliably face. Witchers fill that need through a combination of mutation, alchemy, martial training, and limited magic. They are not failed sorcerers. They are a different answer to the same ancient problem. The creation of witchers begins with transformation rather than education alone. Boys taken into the process endure brutal trials, including the trial of the grasses, in which alchemical substances and mutagens alter the body at enormous cost. Many do not survive. Those who do emerge with heightened reflexes, resilience, senses, and a metabolism capable of tolerating potions that would poison ordinary humans. Schools such as the School of the Wolf at Kaer Morhen preserve techniques suited to monster hunting rather than courtly spellcraft. Aretusa turns magical aptitude into an elite profession. The Witcher schools turn vulnerable children into engineered hunters. Geralt of Rivia embodies the success and horror of that design. He survives mutations severe enough that further experiments are performed on him, leaving him with his distinctive white hair and unusual resistance. He can drink potions, use oils tailored to particular creatures, read signs in tracks and wounds, and survive encounters that would kill ordinary soldiers. His silver sword serves against many monsters and supernatural creatures, while steel remains the weapon for men and for threats, requiring mundane force. Nothing about this is accidental. The Witcher is a system built into flesh. Magic enters that system through the 5 basic signs: Ard, Igni, Quen, Yrden, and Axii. Ard releases a telekinetic force useful for staggering or throwing opponents, while Igni produces flame at close range. Quen provides magical protection. Yrden creates a trapping or restraining magical field, and Axii can influence the mind. Compared with the broad abilities of trained sorcerers, these techniques are deliberately narrow and practical. A Witcher does not need to reshape a royal court or conduct elaborate magical research. He needs a working tool that can be produced quickly while a monster is trying to tear him open. That difference reveals something important about the way knowledge changes under pressure. Full sorcery values breadth, theory, refinement, and intellectual mastery, while Witcher magic is compressed into techniques that work reliably in immediate danger. The signs are useful because they do not require Geralt to stop and become Yennefer. He can cast Ard while moving through a fight, raise Quen before a strike lands, or use Yrden when dealing with creatures whose nature demands it. Their limitations are part of their design. The Witcher schools did not ask what magic could become at its highest level. They asked how little magic a monster hunter needed to stay alive. Yet the moral cost of the Witcher project is harder to hide than the polished rituals of an academy. The trial of the grasses kills children, and those who survive lose any chance of returning to an ordinary life. Their mutations make them valuable against monsters and suspicious in the eyes of the people they protect. Geralt is paid when villages need him, cursed when his presence becomes uncomfortable, and judged according to myths about witchers being emotionless mutants. Society therefore creates a supernatural servant and then places that servant outside the community whose survival justified his creation. Here the political logic of magical civilization becomes painfully clear. People want dangerous power close enough to protect them, but far enough away that they need not live beside what they made. Season of storms sharpens that discomfort when Geralt comes into contact with the sorcerers of Rissberg. Their research into magical phenomena and monstrous life shows how easily the boundaries between investigation and experimentation can blur when institutions possess both knowledge and secrecy. Geralt approaches monsters from the perspective of someone who may have to face them alone in the dark, while researchers can examine danger from behind walls, records, instruments, and protected laboratories. Neither perspective is wholly sufficient, and Sapkowski refuses to make the contrast simple. Sorcery without field experience can become detached. Witcher pragmatism without scholarship can miss things only research reveals. The tension between them is not ignorance against knowledge, but two kinds of knowledge arguing over what consequences count. And this is why the Brotherhood and the Witcher schools belong to the same history, even though their people often inhabit very different worlds. One system disciplines magical talent so that rulers and institutions can use it. The other disciplines altered bodies so that communities can survive the supernatural wilderness beyond their walls. Both demand sacrifice from the people passing through them, and both justify that sacrifice by pointing toward dangers greater than the individual. The difference is that sorcerers gradually rise toward political power, while witchers decline into isolation and dwindling numbers. Soon, however, the continent will discover that political power can be every bit as lethal as any monster contract. When Nilfgaard moves north and the armies gather around Sodden, the Brotherhood's carefully balanced neutrality will face a test no council chamber can contain. What happens when sorcerers who have spent generations claiming to stand above kings are forced to decide whether a kingdom deserves to survive? The Battle of Sodden Hill turns that question from philosophy into blood. During Nilfgaard's first great invasion of the north, mages do not remain distant observers while armies collide below them. They take the field, and their presence changes the scale of battle itself. The hill becomes one of the defining memories of the age because the defenders understand that Nilfgaard's advance cannot be stopped by steel alone. Magic, trained for courts and councils, is suddenly used in the open as an instrument of war. The books remember Sodden not as a clean victory, but as a place marked by terrible cost. 14 names are associated with the fallen defenders, and the monument raised afterward preserves the dead as symbols of resistance. Triss Merigold is mistakenly believed to have died there and becomes linked with the title of the 14th of the Hill, though she survives. The confusion surrounding her fate reflects the chaos of a battle where bodies are burned, scattered, or difficult to identify. This is not ceremonial sorcery performed before nobles. It is magical power pushed into the same confusion as arrows, fire, panic, and collapsing lines. Vilgefortz of Roggeveen emerges from Sodden with enormous prestige. His role in the defense raises him rapidly within the magical establishment and gives him authority that extends far beyond simple battlefield reputation. By the time Geralt encounters him later, Vilgefortz is not merely known as a powerful mage, but as a political force inside the Brotherhood. Sodden therefore does more than save the North from immediate conquest. It elevates certain sorcerers into positions from which they can influence the future of the entire profession. That elevation exposes a dangerous shift. Before Sodden, magical influence can still be described as advisory, discreet, or institutional, even when court mages are deeply involved in politics. After Sodden, rulers and soldiers have seen what organized sorcery can accomplish when fully committed to war. A mage is no longer merely someone who whispers into a king's ear or opens a portal across a distant province. A group of mages acting together can alter the fate of armies. Once that fact becomes public knowledge, every throne has reason to fear, both possessing and lacking such power. Here is the military irony of Sodden. The battle proves the value of magical solidarity at the exact moment it begins making magical neutrality impossible. Sorcerers fight to prevent Nilfgaard from swallowing the North, but their success makes them more politically significant than before. Kings can praise them as saviors, while privately calculating what would happen if the same power were turned inward. Sorcerers can remember themselves as defenders while becoming more confident that they understand affairs of state better than the rulers they advise. Victory, therefore, leaves behind a quieter battlefield, one made of suspicion. The tension does not remain abstract because Nilfgaard itself is not simply a distant military threat. The Empire understands administration, intelligence, dynastic politics, and the usefulness of supernatural power as thoroughly as its northern enemies. Emir Var Emreis rules with a long strategic horizon, and his ambitions repeatedly intersect with magical knowledge, prophecy, bloodlines, and political manipulation. The North sees Nilfgaard as an expanding imperial machine, but the Empire also learns from every failure. After Sodden, the struggle between North and South becomes one in which sorcerers are too useful for either side to ignore. This is why the Brotherhood's internal unity becomes increasingly fragile. Its members are connected through magical institutions, yet they are also tied to courts, regional interests, ethnic loyalties, and personal ambitions. Francesca Findebert carries concerns rooted in the fate of the elves, while Philippa Eilhart thinks in terms of northern political survival and long-term influence. Vilgefortz operates behind an image of exceptional competence that hides ambitions far darker than the organization understands. Tisaya de Vries continues to believe that the Brotherhood's rules can contain these divisions. The system still stands, but the people inside it are already facing different futures. And then Ciri enters the political imagination of the age, turning every weakness inside that system sharper. Why does one young girl matter to kings, sorcerers, Nilfgaard, elves, and powers beyond the continent, with an intensity that ordinary dynastic politics cannot explain? She is Cyrilla of Cintra, daughter of Pavetta and Duny, granddaughter of Queen Calanthe, and Geralt's child through the law of surprise. Duny is later revealed to be Emir Var Emreis, Emperor of Nilfgaard, giving Ciri a direct imperial connection hidden beneath the wreckage of Cintra's fall. Even without magic, her ancestry would make her politically valuable. With the elder blood, value becomes obsession. Ciri descends from Lara Doran, and the Hen Ihir carried through that lineage is not just a ceremonial marker of ancestry. It is tied to extraordinary potential that various factions interpret according to their own needs. Sorcerers see a bloodline that may shape the future of magical power. Emir sees dynastic and imperial possibilities bound to Ciri's identity. The ANL regard the elder blood through an older elven project involving travel between worlds. Ciri herself, meanwhile, spends much of the saga trying simply to remain a person while everyone around her calculates what she could become. That distinction matters because Ciri's power does not fit comfortably inside the institutional model built by Aretusa. Yennefer can teach her spellcraft, discipline, and control, but the deepest potential of the Elder Blood extends beyond ordinary sorcery. Ciri's abilities eventually involve movement across space, worlds, and time in ways that trained mages cannot reproduce by conventional means. Portals belong to the familiar vocabulary of sorcery. What Ciri can become threatens to exceed that vocabulary entirely. She is therefore not merely a powerful student. She is evidence that the magical institutions of the continent may be studying only one region of a much larger landscape. The political consequences are immediate because inherited power cannot be separated from the person carrying it. A magical artifact can be stolen, a laboratory seized, a spell copied, and a sorcerer imprisoned. A bloodline presents a different problem. To control it, one must control marriages, pregnancies, children, succession, and the bodies of living people across generations. The history of magic, therefore, moves here from education into dynastic engineering. What had once been a struggle to train dangerous talent becomes a struggle over who is allowed to determine the future. Ciri's connection to Cintra deepens that struggle because the kingdom's destruction has already turned her into a symbol. Calanthe dies after Nilfgaard's assault on Cintra, and the young princess becomes both displaced heir and target. Geralt's bond with her, created through the law of surprise and then made real through choice and affection, offers one of the few relationships in her life that does not begin with a plan for her blood. Yennefer eventually becomes another such anchor, loving Ciri as a daughter rather than merely evaluating her as a magical phenomenon. Those personal bonds stand against a political world increasingly incapable of seeing the girl without seeing what she represents. The more valuable Ciri becomes, the harder ordinary love has to fight for space around her. This is the historical turn where the old dream of magical administration reaches its limit. The Brotherhood knows how to classify adepts, train sorcerers, regulate conduct, and place advisors beside kings. It does not know how to contain a bloodline whose significance reaches beyond the borders of every kingdom represented within its councils. Ciri forces each faction to reveal what it truly believes power is for. Some want to protect it, some to inherit it, some to breed it forward, and some to seize it before anyone else can. The question is no longer whether magic can be controlled, but who gets to decide what control means when the source of power has a name, a face, and a will of her own? How can an order survive when its members no longer agree on what they are protecting? By the time the magical elite gathers on Thanedd in time of contempt, the Brotherhood still possesses its titles, councils, ceremonies, and magnificent halls, yet the unity beneath them has already begun to hollow out. Northern rulers fear Nilfgaardian influence, court sorcerers suspect one another, and every private conversation carries the possibility of treason. The island remains beautiful enough to make the crisis feel unreal, with the sea below and the polished chambers of Aretusa above, but Thanedd has become a container for loyalties that no longer fit together. The coup begins long before the first spell is cast. Geralt arrives there, not as a participant in magical politics, but because Ciri has been brought into its orbit. Yennefer hopes the Gathering and Aretusa may offer Ciri a safer path, one shaped by education rather than pursuit. Geralt, who distrusts political schemes on principle and experience, moves through the banquet surrounded by sorcerers whose conversations conceal more than they reveal. He meets powerful figures, observes alliances, and realizes that nearly everyone seems to know something someone else is hiding. Vilgefortz speaks to him with calculated confidence, offering a place within a political order Geralt has no desire to join. Geralt refuses, but the encounter makes clear that neutrality itself has become a position others intend to use. The fracture becomes open when Philippa Eilhart and her allies act against sorcerers suspected of supporting Nilfgaard. Those arrested include figures connected to the opposing faction, and the operation is designed to remove the threat before it can act. Philippa's faction is not improvising in panic. It believes it is preventing treason from destroying the North from within. Yet the arrests transform political suspicion into institutional violence almost immediately. Mages who once sat together under the Brotherhood's authority are now prisoners of fellow mages. The governing structure still exists in name, but its members have already begun replacing procedure with force. Tissaia de Vries becomes the tragic center of what follows because she cannot accept the legitimacy of that transformation. She sees fellow members bound and restrained under circumstances she considers a violation of the Brotherhood's order. Acting from faith in law rather than secret loyalty to Nilfgaard, she removes the magical restraints that have contained the arrested sorcerers. Her decision is catastrophic. The people she frees do not return to debate. They return to factional conflict. Tissaia believes she is restoring principle at the precise moment principle has ceased to command obedience. This is where the old institutional dream breaks in the most painful possible way. For generations, magical society has assumed that discipline can turn dangerous individuals into responsible members of an ordered profession. Tissaia herself represents the finest expression of that belief, a woman who built her life around precision, standards, and control. Yet no spell can compel loyalty to a shared institution once the people inside it decide their political causes matter more. Her error is not that rules are meaningless. It is that she assumes people who have accepted rules for years will still accept them when obedience threatens what they fear losing most. The chaos widens as Scoia'tael commandos enter the conflict on Thanedd. Francesca Findabair is bound to the elven cause, and the presence of armed non-humans turns an internal magical purge into something closer to a battlefield. The Scoia'tael are not an abstract symbol here. They are part of the wider war in which Nilfgaard exploits northern divisions and elven grievances for strategic advantage. Their arrival makes the coup impossible to contain within council chambers. Steel, arrows, and spells begin sharing the same corridors. Thanedd becomes exactly what the Brotherhood had spent centuries insisting it could prevent: magical power without a common authority. Ciri is caught inside this collapse, despite having chosen none of its factions. She moves through a night in which adults repeatedly attempt to decide her future, while the institutions meant to protect order tear themselves apart around her. Her status as Lara Dorren's descendant and carrier of the Elder Blood has made her strategically valuable, but value offers no protection when every side wants possession. She is pursued not because she has committed anything, but because of what others believe can be done through her. The distinction between protecting Ciri and controlling Ciri becomes almost impossible to maintain in the minds of people planning years beyond her childhood. Her body has become political territory. Vilgefortz finally reveals how dangerous that logic can become when ambition is stripped of institutional restraint. Geralt confronts him and discovers that reputation has not exaggerated his power. Vilgefortz fights with terrifying speed and precision, using a magically reinforced staff and overwhelming Geralt despite the Witcher's mutations, reflexes, and experience. Geralt has survived Striga claws, assassins, monsters, and human swordsmen, yet Vilgefortz dismantles him with brutal efficiency. The defeat is one of the clearest measurements of magical power in the saga, because Geralt is not careless or unprepared. He simply encounters a man whose combination of sorcery, physical skill, and ruthlessness exceeds what Geralt can answer in that moment. There is an important irony in Vilgefortz's victory. The man who appears to embody the highest achievements of magical discipline is using those achievements against the very order that helped elevate him. His skill did not fail, his education worked almost too well. Thanedd therefore cannot be explained as a disaster caused by incompetent sorcerers losing control of their spells. It is a disaster caused by highly competent people using their abilities toward incompatible ends. The stronger their training, the more destructive the fracture becomes. Ciri escapes toward Tor Lara, the Tower of the Gull, while the island continues collapsing into violence. The tower is associated with unstable magical forces and becomes her route away from the hands closing around her. What happens there carries her far from Thanedd and into the Korath Desert, severing her from Geralt and Yennefer at the moment all three are most vulnerable. The escape preserves her freedom, but not safety. It also reinforces something no council has yet fully understood. When Ciri's deeper power asserts itself, ordinary political geography begins to lose meaning. The Brotherhood does not recover from Thanedd. Its authority, already fractured before the coup, effectively collapses under the weight of betrayal, death, divided loyalties, and the loss of trust that made cooperation possible. Tissaia, devastated by what follows, and by her own part in enabling the disaster, later takes her own life. The woman who spent decades teaching control cannot survive the destruction of the order in which she placed so much faith. Her fate gives the coup a human scale that political histories can easily miss. Institutions do not fall only as names on parchment. They fall inside the people who believed in them. And still, the collapse of the Brotherhood does not free Ciri from those who want her. It removes one structure that might have restrained them. Vilgefortz now pursues his goals without needing to preserve the appearance of loyalty to a shared magical order, while Nilfgaard, the surviving northern powers, and other factions continue searching for the girl. The destruction of Thanedd therefore creates a vacuum rather than an ending. Once collective authority disappears, individual ambition gains room to become more extreme. The next stage of magical history will not be ruled by councils at all, but by people convinced they can take what those councils failed to control. What does magic become when the institution that once restrained its practitioners is gone, but the appetite for control remains? Vilgefortz provides the answer in its most concentrated form. After Thanedd, he no longer needs to pretend that his ambitions serve the Brotherhood, the North, or any collective order. His interest in Ciri is brutally specific, rooted in the possibilities of the elder blood and in what he believes can be extracted from her lineage. The old magical establishment treated power through councils, schools, and alliances. Vilgefortz reduces the same impulse to possession. He does not want to guide the future. He wants to own the mechanism that might produce it. His stronghold at Stiga Castle becomes the physical expression of that ambition. Far from the ceremonial halls of Thanedd, there are no polished claims of neutrality left. Only imprisonment, experimentation, and coercion. Yennefer is captured and tortured there because Vilgefortz needs information about Ciri and understands that love can be used as leverage. He attempts to break her resistance, but Yennefer endures, rather than betray the girl she has come to regard as a daughter. The contrast is severe. One of the greatest sorcerers of the age uses magic to reduce a human being to a means, while another accepts suffering rather than allow that reduction to succeed. Power alone no longer tells you anything about moral worth. Vilgefortz's plan for Ciri goes even further, because his interest is not merely in what she can do now. He is focused on reproduction, inheritance, and the transmission of the elder blood into a future he believes he can manipulate. This is where the politics surrounding Ciri become almost clinical. Her lineage is treated as a resource whose value lies in what may be produced from it, not in the life of the person carrying it. The language of prophecy, genetics, bloodline, and political destiny all converge around one body. Once that happens, the distinction between magical research and violation disappears. Notice how far the history has moved from Yennefer teaching Ciri to control a source in blood of elves. There, discipline exists to keep the student alive and help her remain herself while touching dangerous power. At Stiga, knowledge serves the opposite function. It is used to strip choice away from the person whose power is being studied. The techniques may belong to the same broad world of sorcery, but the ethical direction has reversed. This is the darkest possibility hidden inside every system of magical expertise. Knowledge can protect autonomy, or it can become extraordinarily efficient at invading it. Geralt's eventual arrival at Stiga in The Lady of the Lake brings a very different kind of force into that space. He does not come with a council, army, or political mandate, but with the small company that has formed around him during the search for Ciri. Milva, Cahir, Angoulême, Regis, and Dandelion have each become part of the journey in ways no formal institution could have planned. By the time they reach the castle, the group is held together by loyalty rather than law. Several of them will die there, and the cost of reaching Ciri is terrible. Yet the contrast with Vilgefortz could not be sharper. One side gathers people because they choose to remain, the other holds people because they are useful. Geralt's second confrontation with Vilgefortz also clarifies just how dangerous the sorcerer remains. The first fight on Thanedd ended with Geralt shattered and helpless. At Stiga, he survives only by combining experience, preparation, and the magical medallion given to him by Fringilla Vigo, which can create an illusion capable of disrupting Vilgefortz's perception at a critical moment. Even with that advantage, the duel is extraordinarily difficult. Geralt does not suddenly become stronger than one of the most powerful mages alive. He wins because he finally understands enough about his opponent to create one narrow opening. That victory matters because it rejects the simplest fantasy of power. Vilgefortz is not defeated by a greater spell, a larger magical reserve, or a superior institution. He is defeated by a witcher using timing, deception, accumulated knowledge, and one tool at exactly the right moment. The battle therefore collapses the hierarchy Vilgefortz himself seems to believe in, where superior power should naturally produce superior entitlement. Geralt's entire profession is built around the opposite principle. The more dangerous the creature, the more important it becomes to understand its limits. Vilgefortz's mistake is assuming that being exceptional means having none, and yet his death does not solve the larger problem surrounding Ciri, because Vilgefortz was never the only person who believed her future should be designed from above. After Thanedd, another organization begins to rise from the ruins of the Brotherhood. Philippa Eilhart gathers a circle of powerful sorceresses who have no intention of returning to the old structure exactly as it was. They have watched the Brotherhood fail, watched kings grow suspicious, and watched Nilfgaard demonstrate how fragile the political order can be. Their answer is not withdrawal from politics. It is a more selective and secretive form of intervention. The Lodge of Sorceresses includes women from different political backgrounds and regions, among them Philippa Margarita Low-Anti, Triss Marigold, Kira Metz, Sabrina Glevissig, Francesca Findabair, Fringilla Vigo, and Asir Var Anahid. That composition is significant because it crosses lines the old political order treats as hostile. Northern and Nilfgaardian connections exist within the same circle, and elven interests are represented as well. The Lodge is not trying merely to reconstruct the Brotherhood with fewer members. It is attempting to build a network whose influence can survive the instability of kingdoms. Why would these women believe they can succeed where the Brotherhood failed? Part of the answer lies in scale. A smaller circle can preserve secrecy more easily, choose its membership more carefully, and make decisions without the same sprawling institutional machinery. Philippa, in particular, understands politics as a field where visibility can become weakness. The Lodge therefore seeks influence from behind thrones, rather than authority announced openly above them. It trades institutional legitimacy for strategic flexibility. Ciri again becomes central to that project, which is where the Lodge's more benevolent language begins to strain. Its members do not pursue her with Vilgefortz's naked cruelty, and several genuinely believe they are acting for the long-term stability of the continent. Yet they still imagine arranging Ciri's future through dynastic planning, including a proposed union with Tancred Thyssen of Kovir. From their perspective, the elder blood could be placed within a political structure capable of shaping generations. From Ciri's perspective, strangers are once again discussing what should be done with her life. This is the moral complication that separates the Lodge from a simple villain like Vilgefortz. Evil is easier to identify when the person seeking control is openly sadistic, coercive, and self-serving. It becomes harder when intelligent people argue that control is necessary because they can foresee dangers others cannot. Philippa and the Lodge believe they understand the stakes, and in many cases they really do understand more than ordinary rulers. But foresight does not erase the boundary between guidance and ownership. If anything, believing oneself uniquely qualified to choose for others can make crossing that boundary feel virtuous. Triss Marigold's presence inside the Lodge makes this tension especially personal. She understands the political argument, yet she also knows Ciri as a child rather than only as a bloodline. That knowledge creates friction between institutional calculation and human attachment. Yennefer's position is even clearer once she can act freely. Ciri is not a vessel for a future kingdom, but someone she loves. The magical world is now divided not only by politics or nationality, but by a more intimate question. Is Ciri valuable because of what she can produce, or because she is Ciri? The answer will soon be tested by a world in which sorcerers themselves lose the security they once took for granted. The Lodge may still imagine steering rulers from the shadows, but the political climate is already turning against magical influence. Kings remember assassinations, conspiracies, and the role of sorcerers in events they barely understand. Ordinary people hear rumors of secret councils and enchanted manipulation without access to the distinctions that mages make among themselves. Fear begins moving downward through society, while suspicion moves upward from the thrones. And when the age of Geralt continues beyond the books, in the games, that fear will stop whispering and begin hunting. How do people who once shaped kingdoms from behind palace walls become fugitives, hiding from soldiers and priests? In the games, which continue the story in a separate sequel continuity after Sapkowski's novels, this reversal unfolds gradually rather than all at once. The political memory of Thanedd, the Lodge, royal manipulation, and magical conspiracy has not faded. Instead, it curdles into suspicion that rulers can weaponize. By the time Geralt's story reaches The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, sorcerers are no longer simply feared because they possess extraordinary power. They are feared because entire states have learned to tell ordinary people that magical power itself is evidence of treachery. The first game already shows how unstable the old relationship between sorcery, alchemy, and engineered bodies has become. In The Witcher, Salamandra attacks Kaer Morhen and steals Witcher mutagens and alchemical secrets, taking knowledge that once belonged to a fading monster hunting tradition and turning it toward criminal experimentation. Azar Javed, a powerful mage associated with Salamandra, helps drive that theft and the research that follows. The attack matters because the Witchers can no longer protect even the remnants of the knowledge used to create them. What was once guarded within isolated schools can now be stolen, copied, altered, and sold into other ambitions. This is a new stage in the history of magical control because the institution does not need to survive for its techniques to remain dangerous. Kaer Morhen is diminished, the old process of creating Witchers is largely lost, and yet fragments of that process still possess enormous value. Mutagens become objects of pursuit precisely because they promise supernatural enhancement without requiring the restoration of the culture that created them. Salamandra wants the result, not the discipline or purpose surrounding it. The old system is stripped for parts. In The Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings, the political consequences grow more severe. King Demavend of Eadern and King Foltest of Temeria are assassinated as part of a wider conspiracy involving Witcher, assassins, and political manipulation. Letho of Gulet and other Witchers of the School of the Viper are used within a plan connected to Nilfgaard's effort to destabilize the northern kingdoms. The Lodge of Sorceresses becomes entangled in the crisis, with figures such as Philippa Eilhart and Sila de Tansarville caught in struggles whose full scale extends beyond any one faction's intentions. By the time the great gathering at Loch Muin arrives, royal authority, magical influence, and imperial strategy have become almost impossible to separate. Loch Muin is especially revealing because it resembles an attempt to rebuild political order after years of fractures. Yet the gathering becomes another site where secret plans collide. Delegations arrive expecting negotiations over the future of the North, while mages, monarchs, spies, and Nilfgaardian agents pursue overlapping agendas. The Lodge's role becomes public enough that magical conspiracy can no longer be dismissed as paranoid rumor. Philippa's schemes, Seal's involvement, and the wider revelations surrounding the assassinations provide rulers with something they have always wanted: a concrete explanation for instability that can be attached to a recognizable group. Once that happens, fear becomes easier to organize. The transformation is historical rather than merely emotional. For generations, rulers tolerated magical influence because they depended on it. Court sorcerers could be resented while remaining necessary, and the Brotherhood once gave their profession enough collective authority to resist simple repression. But after Thanedd and Loch Muin, those protections are badly damaged. The old institutions are gone, the lodges compromised, and kings possess examples of sorcerers acting secretly across borders. A profession that once regulated itself is now being judged by people who have every political incentive to portray all of it as a threat. This is why the persecution seen in The Witcher 3 does not appear from nowhere. Radovid V of Redania pushes anti-magic repression with ruthless intensity as his armies and agents expand influence through the north. In Novigrad, witch hunters seize mages, alchemists, herbalists, and other people associated with forbidden practices. Public executions turn magical persecution into spectacle, and fear becomes part of the city's daily atmosphere. Geralt walks through streets where the people being hunted are no longer legendary archmages directing kings, but frightened individuals trying to survive long enough to escape. Triss Merigold's role in Novigrad makes the reversal personal. Once connected to courts and the Lodge, she now helps endangered mages flee the city through secret routes and hidden gatherings. In the game continuity, Geralt can assist her in organizing the escape, moving people toward the harbor while witch hunters close in. The operation is small compared with Sodden or Thanedd, but that is precisely why it matters. A magical society that once debated the fate of kingdoms is reduced to getting civilians onto boats before the authorities find them. The irony here is sharper than the simple idea that the powerful have become powerless. Many of the refugees in Novigrad had no part in the Lodge's schemes, royal assassinations, or the politics of Thanedd. Yet collective fear rarely preserves distinctions with much care. Once the public story becomes that magic corrupts, manipulates, and conspires, individual innocence stops offering much protection. The crimes of the powerful become justification for punishing people who never possessed comparable influence. Geralt understands this mechanism because witchers have lived inside it for generations. Villagers do not need to know the difference between a higher vampire and a foglet before deciding both are monsters, just as frightened citizens do not need to distinguish between Philippa Eilhart and a harmless herbalist before deciding both belong to a dangerous magical class. His profession has always depended on making distinctions that fear prefers to erase. That same instinct shapes how he moves through Novigrad's persecutions. He has seen too many times what happens when classification becomes accusation. And yet Radovid's campaign is not purely the product of ignorant superstition. The games complicate the picture by giving rulers real reasons to distrust some members of the magical elite. Philippa has manipulated courts, participated in secret political planning, and pursued ambitions no monarch would regard as harmless. The Lodge did seek to shape succession and governance from behind the scenes. The danger lies in taking those real actions and converting them into proof that every practitioner deserves punishment. Political repression is strongest when it begins with enough truth to make the lies surrounding it feel reasonable. This reversal also changes the meaning of magical secrecy. Earlier, secrecy protected elite influence by allowing sorcerers to operate beyond public scrutiny. Now it protects lives. Hidden rooms, coded arrangements, false names, and concealed routes are no longer tools for steering thrones, but methods for avoiding arrest. The same skill of remaining unseen serves an entirely different class of people under different conditions. History has not removed magic from politics. It has simply changed who is hiding from whom. But while human kingdoms hunt practitioners within their borders, Ciri's story is already moving beyond the scale of those borders altogether. The game continuity will soon place her elder blood beside the Wild Hunt, Avalach, the NL, and Pathways Between Worlds. Compared with that, Radovid's witch hunters are fighting over one province of a reality much larger than they understand. The next question is therefore unavoidable. What happens to every human theory of magical control when the person they most want to define can simply leave their world? What if the greatest mistake made by human sorcerers was not misunderstanding magic, but assuming that the portion they understood was the whole of it? Ciri's elder blood exposes that error more clearly than any academy, battle, or failed council ever could. In the books, her abilities eventually carry her across distances and realities in ways ordinary portals do not explain. She does not merely travel from one room to another or from one kingdom to the next. She crosses boundaries between worlds and at times between moments that do not belong to the same ordinary sequence of time. Once that happens, the political language of courts and magical orders begins to feel painfully small. Avalach understands this better than most human sorcerers because he belongs to an older elven tradition. He is an En Severn, one of the elven sages, and his knowledge of the elder blood is tied to plans that began long before Ciri's birth. Lara Doran's lineage matters to him not as a curious human dynasty, but as the continuation of an elven project connected to movement between worlds. The NL once possessed far greater access to such travel, and Ciri represents the possibility of recovering what was lost or diminished. To human rulers, she is a princess with dangerous ancestry. To Avalach and the NL, she is a key to a cosmic problem. That difference in scale changes everything. The Brotherhood tried to govern sorcery inside the political geography of the continent, where kingdoms had borders and courts had jurisdictions. The elder blood belongs to a framework in which borders between worlds matter more than borders between Redania and Temeria. Ciri can be politically trapped in one place and still possess a power that points somewhere beyond it. This is why every attempt to reduce her to succession, marriage, or statecraft eventually feels inadequate. The factions are not wrong that her blood matters. They are wrong about the size of the map. The NL make that larger map visible in The Lady of the Lake. Ciri reaches their world and encounters a civilization profoundly different from the human kingdom she knows. Their king, Oberon Mursitash, becomes central to a plan intended to continue Lara Doran's bloodline through Ciri. Eridan Brayak Glass stands nearby as one of the most imposing figures associated with the Riders, later known to humans through the legend of the Wild Hunt. The NL do not need Ciri because she has conquered anything or earned political office. They need what exists in her blood. There is something colder in this than ordinary conquest. A conqueror at least acknowledges the enemy as someone who must be defeated. Ciri is instead treated as a necessary component in a project larger than her own wishes. The language is different from Vilgefortz's brutality, but the structure beneath it is disturbingly familiar. Again, people who believe they understand history better than she does conclude that her future should be arranged for her. Cosmic knowledge does not automatically produce moral wisdom. Eridan and the Riders connected to the Wild Hunt deepen the mystery because their appearances blur myth, terror, and physical reality. To inhabitants of the continent, the hunt is remembered through stories of spectral riders crossing the sky, bringing dread and omens. Yet Ciri's experiences reveal that the riders are not merely phantoms generated by superstition. They are connected to the NL and to real efforts to reach and pursue her. The myth is therefore not false, so much as incomplete. A human explanation built around glimpses of something moving through dimensions people cannot fully perceive. This is an important structural shift in the history of magic. Earlier generations faced the conjunction and slowly turned incomprehensible phenomena into categories such as monster, sorcerer, source, or curse. With the Wild Hunt, Ciri forces the world back toward uncertainty. People see riders in the sky and build folklore around them because their available knowledge cannot explain the underlying mechanism. The old pattern begins again, only now the listener has enough context to recognize it. Mystery survives every system that claims to have ended it. In the games, this part of the story is expanded into a separate sequel continuity. The Witcher 3. Wild Hunt makes Ciri's elder blood central to the struggle with Eridan and the hunt, while Avallac'h becomes one of the major figures, assisting Geralt in finding and protecting her. The game presents the hunt more directly as NLA riders pursuing Ciri across worlds because of her unique ability to traverse them. Places such as Tir Nalia reveal their civilization at a scale the books only partially expose. The supernatural legend of the hunt becomes a military and political force without losing its otherworldly quality. The game continuity also connects Ciri to the White Frost in a much more direct and literal way than the novels do. In Sapkowski's books, the White Frost is discussed primarily as a vast climatic catastrophe expected to affect the world over long stretches of time, tied to prophecy and historical speculation. In The Witcher 3, Ciri's elder blood becomes the means by which she confronts the White Frost directly. This is a major expansion and reinterpretation by CD Projekt Red, not something that should be imported backward into the novels, as though Sapkowski wrote the same event. The distinction matters because Each continuity uses Ciri's power to ask a slightly different question about destiny. In the books, her movement between worlds undermines every attempt to imprison her within one political future. In the games, that freedom becomes almost paradoxical, because the same ability that lets her escape worlds also makes her responsible for events on a scale few others can face. One continuity emphasizes the impossibility of owning her fate. The other asks what someone does when freedom itself carries extraordinary responsibility. Neither version turns her into a conventional mage. Her power remains something stranger than institutional sorcery. The Battle of Kaer Morhen in The Witcher 3 makes this difference visible in practical terms. Geralt, Yennefer, Triss, Witchers, allies, and Avallac'ha prepare defenses against the Wild Hunt, using everything they know, from conventional weapons and signs to sorcery and strategy. Yet the Hunt's pursuit centers on Ciri rather than on Kaer Morhen itself. The fortress becomes important only because she is there. Once again, an institution or place built to control danger becomes secondary to the person whose existence reorganizes the danger around her. Later journeys through worlds and into NL territory push the game far beyond the usual political landscape of the Northern Kingdoms. Geralt encounters environments where the familiar assumptions of the continent no longer apply in the same way. The experience gives practical meaning to an idea the books already suggest: human magical culture is provincial. Aretuza may be ancient by human standards, but it is not the center of reality. The Brotherhood's categories were useful because they were local. That realization does not make human sorcery worthless. Portals, healing, defensive magic, divination, transformation, and battle spells remain astonishing achievements. The point is subtler. Every system of knowledge works inside a horizon, and the danger begins when people mistake the horizon for the edge of existence. Avallac'ha knows more than many human mages and still misjudges people. The NL understand interworld travel and still build coercive plans around Ciri. Greater knowledge enlarges the field of action without guaranteeing greater restraint, and there are stranger powers still. Even after the Wild Hunt, the Elder Blood, and the movement between worlds have stretched the known boundaries of magic, Geralt will encounter something that resists classification from another direction entirely. In the games, it does not arrive with an army or an elven bloodline. It sits at tables, smiles, makes bargains, and speaks as though every outcome has already been weighed. His name is Gaunter O'Dim, and compared with him, even the oldest magical institutions begin to look reassuringly understandable. What kind of being can frighten a witcher? Precisely because none of the familiar categories seem large enough to contain it. In the games, Hearts of Stone answers that question with Gaunter O'Dim, the smiling stranger who first appears almost harmless. He speaks politely, appears where he should not be able to appear, and treats impossible knowledge as casual conversation. Geralt has spent his life naming threats before fighting them, because a Noonwraith, Leshen, Bruxa, or Cursed Man each demands a different response. O'Dim resists that method from the beginning. The more Geralt learns, the less useful classification becomes. O'Dim's relationship with Olgierd von Everec reveals the shape of his power. Olgierd once entered into a bargain that brought wealth and extraordinary consequences, including a condition that leaves his heart effectively turned to stone and his humanity slowly eroded. He cannot be killed in ordinary ways, and and the apparent blessing of immortality becomes a prison. Odim does not simply cast a spell and depart. He binds lives through agreements whose wording matters as much as any incantation. His magic behaves almost like law stripped of mercy. The victim is trapped, not because the bargain is meaningless, but because it is fulfilled too perfectly. This is why Odim feels different from a sorcerer such as Vilgefortz. Vilgefortz seeks power through knowledge, calculation, and direct mastery. Odim already seems to possess a degree of authority that makes ordinary ambition unnecessary. He does not need a throne, laboratory, or academy to extend his influence. A promise spoken in the wrong circumstances is enough. His power enters through consent and then reveals how little the person understood what was being accepted. Professor Shakeslock becomes one of the few people in Hearts of Stone who has studied Odim deeply enough to recognize the danger. He researches old stories and accounts of a recurring malevolent figure appearing under different names and guises. The records do not give Geralt a comfortable species label or a reliable bestiary entry. Instead, they suggest continuity across cultures, places, and generations. Shakeslock can describe patterns, but even his scholarship cannot reduce Odim to something safely familiar. That limitation matters because magical history on the continent has always advanced by turning terror into knowledge. A creature is observed, a curse is studied, a pattern is recognized, and eventually someone writes down what works. Witchers live by that accumulation of hard-earned distinctions. Sorcerers expand it through theory, experimentation, and archives. Odim threatens that confidence because even accumulated knowledge reaches only his behavior, not his essence. Knowing that something makes bargains is not the same as knowing what it is. The game deliberately preserves that uncertainty. Odim has been called many things by characters and players, including devil, demon, and something worse. But Hearts of Stone refuses to pin a definitive metaphysical label on him. His abilities include impossible appearances, manipulation of time, intimate knowledge of events and people, and the enforcement of supernatural contracts. Yet the absence of a clean explanation is not a gap that needs to be filled with false certainty. It is part of the design. For once, ignorance is not the first stage of eventual mastery. It may be the final, honest position. Here is the epistemological turn in the history of magic. For centuries, civilization has treated the unknown as a problem waiting to be solved. Odim introduces the possibility that some things are dangerous precisely because understanding them has limits. Geralt can still survive by observing rules, recognizing patterns, and exploiting the terms of a challenge, but survival no longer requires complete explanation. This is a profound shift for a world built on bestiaries and magical classifications. Knowledge remains useful, but humility becomes part of knowledge. Geralt's response to Odim is therefore deeply consistent with the Witcher's method, even when the object of study exceeds Witcher taxonomy. He watches, asks questions, listens to stories, and looks for conditions rather than pretending to possess cosmic certainty. Depending on the player's choice, he can challenge Odim according to the rules Odim himself accepts and attempt to save Olgierd. The victory, when achieved, comes not from overpowering the entity with greater magic, but from solving the game placed before him. Once again, precise understanding at the right scale proves more valuable than raw force. Geralt does not need to know everything. He needs to know enough. Olgierd's story also changes the meaning of magical temptation. He is not a naive peasant tricked by an obvious fraud. He is proud, wounded, desperate, and willing to bargain because ordinary life has ceased to offer what he wants. The resulting curse is therefore bound to a choice that once felt reasonable from inside his pain. Magic enters through a human desire before it becomes a supernatural punishment. The tragedy lies in how closely the bargain reflects the person making it. This makes Hearts of Stone one of the clearest examples of power amplifying character rather than replacing it. Odim does not invent Olgierd's pride, resentment, or longing. He gives those qualities consequences large enough to reshape lives around them. The supernatural force is terrifying, but the opening it uses is recognizably human. In that sense, the oldest lesson of magic returns in a more intimate form. The danger is rarely power alone, but the wish that tells us we deserve to command it. After Odim, it would be easy to imagine that the continent's people might finally become more cautious about experimentation. In the games, Blood and Wine proves otherwise. Geralt travels south to Toussaint, a duchy of vineyards, bright stone, old chivalric customs, and an almost storybook distance from the ruined battlefields of the north. Beneath that elegance lies another laboratory, another researcher, and another attempt to improve something humanity once created through mutation. Professor Moreau has spent years studying Witcher biology in pursuit of an intensely personal goal. Moreau's work is connected to his son, who had become a Witcher, and the father's research grows from a desire to reverse or alter what the mutations had done. The result is an abandoned laboratory filled with records, experimental apparatus, and evidence of dangerous work. In game continuity, Geralt can use Moreau's research to unlock additional mutations, extending his own altered physiology beyond the capabilities he began with. The irony is almost perfect. Research intended to undo the Witcher's condition becomes a means of enhancing it. This is not the same mistake as Vilgefortz or Odim, and that difference matters. Moreau begins from grief and attachment rather than conquest or sadistic ambition. His motive is painfully human. He wants to recover a son from a transformation he cannot accept. But affection does not make experimentation harmless. The laboratory shows how easily love itself can become controlling when it refuses to accept another person's changed identity. Blood and Wine also places Geralt beside a supernatural being who exposes the limits of human magical confidence from another direction. Detlof van der Eretain is a higher vampire, and his nature cannot be handled as though he were merely a stronger necrophage. Regis understands him in ways human investigators do not, because he shares that nature. The distinction matters enormously once violence escalates in Toussaint. Human institutions can name Detlof dangerous without actually understanding what kind of being they are dealing with. Regis therefore becomes a quiet corrective to centuries of human magical certainty. He is not simply a source of exotic information. He is proof that knowledge can come from relationship rather than domination. Geralt trusts him because they have shared hardship, not because Regis has been reduced to notes in a laboratory. When higher vampires become central to the crisis, that trust becomes more useful than abstract classification alone. The next step in this history will have to ask whether magic is ever truly understood until the people living closest to it are allowed to speak for themselves. Why does the desire to control magic survive even after so many institutions built around that desire have failed? Toussaint offers an answer because it looks at first glance like a place where history has softened. In the games, blood and wine carries Geralt into vineyards, bright limestone palaces, tourneys, heraldry, and carefully preserved manors that feel far removed from Novigrad's pyres or the wreckage of the Northern Wars. Yet beneath that surface, old questions remain untouched. Professor Moreau's laboratory proves that distance from war does not mean distance from obsession. The impulse to master what seems unnatural has merely changed its clothing. Moreau's research is especially revealing because it grows from a father's refusal to accept what Witcher mutation has made of his son. He studies the processes behind Witcher physiology in the hope of finding a way to reverse or alter them. His work does not restore the ordinary life he seeks, but it uncovers further possibilities hidden inside mutation itself. In game continuity, Geralt can use the abandoned research to unlock additional mutations, becoming more capable through the very science meant to undo his kind's transformation. There is no cleaner example of unintended consequence in the magical history of the continent. The attempt to reverse control creates a new form of it. That contradiction reaches back to the earliest Witcher experiments. The trial of the grasses was never simply medical treatment. It was a program designed to produce bodies capable of surviving the monsters left in the wake of the conjunction. Moreau approaches that altered body as something that should be corrected, but the laboratory eventually becomes useful precisely because the alteration is stable enough to be further manipulated. Witcher physiology is therefore no longer only a condition to be cured or a weapon to be deployed. It becomes a platform for continued experimentation. Once a body has been treated as a system that can be redesigned, the temptation to redesign it again is very hard to kill. This is where Moreau differs from Vilgefortz in motive but not entirely in structure. Vilgefortz looks at Ciri and sees a bloodline whose future he can exploit. Moreau looks at his son and sees a transformation he can technically undo if he learns enough. One begins in domination, the other in grief, yet both place knowledge above the right of a person simply to remain what they have become. Good intentions do not erase that resemblance. They only make the resemblance harder to recognize. The crisis involving Detloff van der Eretain pushes this problem into a different category entirely. Detloff is a higher vampire, not merely a more dangerous version of the lesser vampires and necrophages Witchers commonly hunt. In the game continuity, his abilities, regeneration, intelligence, and social complexity place him outside the assumptions ordinary humans bring to monsters. He is capable of affection, rage, loyalty, manipulation, and devastating violence. That combination makes him dangerous in ways a bestiary entry cannot fully contain. Understanding his species is only the beginning of understanding the person. Regis becomes indispensable because he knows higher vampires from the inside. His perspective is not academic in the way Risberg's research is academic, and it is not merely tactical in the way a Witcher's monster lore can be tactical. He understands instinct, social bonds, vulnerability, and the consequences of vampire behavior because he shares that nature. Geralt's trust in him was forged long before Toussaint during the events of baptism of fire and the journey towards Stygia. That trust becomes a form of knowledge no laboratory could manufacture. Sometimes the shortest route to understanding the supernatural is to stop treating it as an object. This is an important turn because the continent's magical institutions have spent centuries assuming knowledge flows from the observer toward the observed. Arethusa trains students, Risberg studies phenomena, witchers classify monsters, kings interrogate mages, and scholars record what they can. Regis reverses the direction. He speaks from within the category that humans call monstrous and reveals how incomplete that category is. The old hierarchy between expert and subject becomes less stable. The consequences are practical, not merely philosophical. When Detlof's violence escalates, understanding what higher vampires can and cannot do matters more than simple courage. Geralt cannot solve the crisis by treating Detlof as a contract target with a larger health pool, and the game repeatedly emphasizes the difficulty of killing beings of his kind. Regis's knowledge shapes the path toward confrontation because he knows the limits of human assumptions. Even then, knowledge does not make the outcome painless. It only prevents ignorance from making it worse. This distinction also changes the meaning of monster hunting. Geralt has always been more careful with categories than the people who hire him, and the books establish that his code is less about extermination than discernment. He does not kill every non-human thing he encounters simply because someone calls it a monster. Regis embodies the moral reason for that restraint. A creature's origin can explain danger without determining guilt. The game continuity keeps pushing this distinction until magic becomes inseparable from perspective. The same force can look like mutation to a scholar, survival to a witcher, monstrosity to a frightened villager, or identity to the being living inside it. None of those views is automatically complete. The history of magic, therefore, cannot be told only through the people who built institutions around it. It also belongs to those whose bodies, bloodlines, and species became the objects those institutions tried to define. And that is why the Netflix adaptation must be kept separate when we turn to it next. In the Netflix adaptation, the language of magic, chaos, Arethusa, sacrifice, and the conjunction is reworked into a different system of emphasis. It borrows names and broad structures from Sapkowski while changing how magical cost is visualized and how institutions behave. Those differences are not footnotes to the books or games. They form a parallel interpretation with its own internal logic. The adaptation makes the bodily price of magic much more explicit from its earliest episodes. Chaos is treated as something that must be drawn, shaped, and paid for in ways the audience can see immediately. Arethusa becomes more visibly severe, and Tissaya's training methods are framed through a harsher system of transformation and sacrifice than the books present in the same way. Yennefer's early story is expanded substantially, turning her physical transformation and magical education into a central origin arc. The effect is to make power feel costly before it ever becomes political. That change alters the emotional mathematics of the whole magical order. In the books, the price of sorcery often emerges through consequences, ambition, loss, and institutional failure. In the Netflix adaptation, cost is frequently made immediate and physical. A spell can feel like an exchange before the political consequences have even arrived. This gives the same broad world a different moral texture. power is not simply dangerous because people misuse it. It is presented as something that demands payment at the moment of use. The adaptation also expands the role of monoliths and introduces Volithmir as show-only material, tying magical instability to a cosmology that should not be imported into the novels or games. These elements reshape how the series presents the relationship between spheres, monsters, and the conjunction. The result is a version of the continent where the architecture of magical catastrophe is more visibly connected across seasons. That can create thematic coherence inside the adaptation, but it is not Sapkowski's original system. Keeping those continuities separate is essential if the history is to remain clear. Thaned will become the most revealing place to compare those approaches. The books make the coup a political and institutional catastrophe driven by divided loyalties, hidden allegiances, and the failure of shared authority. The Netflix adaptation reaches the same broad destination while changing significant circumstances, character relationships, and the route by which the conflict erupts. The question is therefore no longer simply what happened on Thaned. It is why two versions of the same magical civilization choose such different ways to show it breaking. Why does the Netflix adaptation make the cost of magic so visible when Sapkowski so often lets that cost emerge through politics, relationships, and consequence? In the Netflix adaptation, chaos is treated as a more explicit governing concept, something drawn, shaped, and exchanged through acts the audience can see and feel. Early lessons at Aretusa present magic as a discipline whose failures can be immediate and bodily, rather than merely intellectual. Tisaya de Vries becomes the figure who enforces that discipline with an intensity designed to make magical education feel almost monastic. Yennefer's transformation is likewise given far more narrative space, turning her remaking into one of the central images of magical power in the show. The adaptation therefore begins by making control feel expensive before it ever makes it political. That decision changes how Aretusa itself reads. In the books, the Academy belongs to a long-established professional world whose severity is expressed through hierarchy, training, reputation, and the expectations placed upon future sorceresses. In the Netflix adaptation, the school is presented through more dramatic demonstrations of sacrifice, failure, and transformation. Some of those images are show only and should not be folded backward into Sapkowski's canon. The broad idea remains recognizable. Gifted young women are taken into an institution that teaches them to wield dangerous power. But the adaptation sharpens the question by asking what part of the student must be surrendered before the institution considers her ready. Yennefer's story carries that question further because the adaptation foregrounds her early resentment, ambition, pain, and desire for agency. Her transformation from a deformed young woman into the sorceress known across courts and kingdoms becomes an explicit turning point, rather than a more distant part of her history. The show also emphasizes the cost associated with that transformation in ways that differ from the books. This makes her later hunger for choices of her own easier to read as a response to choices once made for her. The adaptation's version of magical control, therefore, begins not with kingdoms, but with the body. That does not make its magical institutions less political. The Brotherhood still sends sorcerers toward courts and keeps a careful eye on how magical talent is distributed among kingdoms. Aretuza remains connected to the broader machinery of influence, diplomacy, and statecraft. Tisaya, Stregobor, Artorius Vigo, and others become part of a system in which magical training and political usefulness are inseparable. The adaptation simply makes that process more visible from the beginning. You see the human material before you see the court advisor it is meant to become. The Netflix adaptation also changes the cosmological background around magic through its treatment of monoliths. These structures are given a role in the movement of creatures and disturbances between spheres that does not exist in the same form in Sapkowski's books. Ciri's connection to them becomes part of the adaptation's own explanation for how interworld instability behaves. The series also introduces Volith Mare, a show-only entity whose story intersects with possession, pain, and the wider instability between spheres. None of this belongs to the novel continuity or the game continuity simply because familiar names surround it. Why introduce those changes at all? Structurally, they allow the adaptation to connect Ciri's power, the conjunction, monsters, and interworld danger through a more visible mechanism. Sapkowski often leaves cosmic history fragmented, learned through competing traditions, incomplete explanations, and people who understand only part of what they discuss. The show prefers stronger connective tissue. That choice makes the magical world easier to visualize as a system, but it also reduces some of the uncertainty that gives the books their peculiar depth. Thanedd reveals the difference most clearly. In the books, the coup in Time of Contempt is devastating because it is political before it becomes spectacular. Northern loyalists, Nilfgaardian sympathizers, personal loyalties, elven forces, and the rules of the Brotherhood collide inside an institution whose members still speak the language of order even as they destroy it. Tisaya's decision to remove the restraining spell is tragic because it grows from her belief that the Brotherhood's principles still possess authority. The catastrophe is therefore driven by faith in an institution that has already ceased to exist in everything but form. Magic magnifies the disaster, but politics creates it. In the Netflix adaptation, Thanedd reaches the same broad destination through a substantially reworked chain of events. Vilgefortz, Tisaya, Yennefer, Ciri, Geralt, Francesca, and the other participants occupy altered positions compared with their book counterparts. The coup is presented with a more direct emphasis on magical combat, betrayal, and large-scale destruction. Some relationships and motives are simplified, expanded, or reassigned in order to fit the adaptation's version of the story. It remains a collapse of magical unity, but it is not the same collapse. This difference matters because each continuity reveals something distinct about the idea of control. The books show an institution failing because its members no longer share the political assumptions that made self-government possible. The adaptation makes that failure more physically immediate, with chaos visibly tearing through the structures built to contain it. One version asks whether rules can survive divided loyalty. The other asks what happens when the cost of power can no longer be hidden behind ceremony. Ciri remains the point where both versions eventually exceed the ambitions of the institutions around her. In the books, her elder blood connects her to Lara Dorren, the NL, prophecy, and movement between worlds and time. In the Netflix adaptation, those same broad elements are reinterpreted through the show's own cosmology including its stronger emphasis on monoliths and interspherical instability. The details diverge, but the dramatic problem remains recognizable. A girl everyone wants to classify keeps revealing powers larger than the categories prepared for her. And this brings us back to the history we began tracing from the sea beneath Thaned. First came a world reshaped by the conjunction, then elder knowledge, human sorcery, academies, councils, court mages, witcher mutations, sodden, the elder blood, the coup, the lodge, persecution, and in the games even powers such as Gaunter Odim that resist classification altogether. Each stage expanded what people knew. Each expansion also created new tools for deciding who should be trained, watched, altered, protected, used, or feared. Knowledge did not fail because it was false. It became dangerous whenever understanding quietly turned into a claim of ownership. That is the point at which the history of magic stops looking like a straight ascent from superstition to mastery. The continent does become more knowledgeable, and its mages achieve things that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations. They open portals, heal wounds, transform bodies, manipulate perception, preserve youth, advise rulers, and in some cases devastate armies. Witchers refine limited magic into signs suited for combat, while alchemists and researchers learn to reshape living bodies through mutations and substances. Yet every gain in control reveals another layer beyond it. Ciri is the clearest proof. The Brotherhood could have trained her, the Lodge could have planned around her, Vilgefortz could have tried to exploit her, and the NL could have built ancient hopes around her blood, but none of those plans could reduce her to the role assigned to her. Her power over space and time makes literal what her story has always suggested morally. She cannot be contained without first being denied the right to choose who she is. The more powerful she becomes, the more obvious that contradiction grows. Geralt's place in this history is quieter, but no less important. He never creates a theory of magic grand enough to compete with the Brotherhood or the Sages. He survives by learning precise things. Which creature leaves which track? Which curse can be broken when silver matters, when steel matters, when Yrden is useful, when a contract conceals a human crime, and when a monster should not be killed at all. His knowledge is deliberately limited and therefore unusually resistant to the fantasy of total mastery. He does not need the world to be completely explainable before he can act responsibly inside it. That may be the final lesson hidden inside all these centuries of magical ambition. The most dangerous people are rarely those who know nothing. They are the ones who know enough to believe there is nothing left outside their knowledge. Tissaia trusts rules. Philippa trusts calculation. Vilgefortz trusts superiority. Moreau trusts research. And the ANL trust a plan older than the human kingdoms. Each possesses real knowledge. What fails them is the moment knowledge becomes permission. Far below Aretuza, the sea is still moving. The corridors above Thaned are quieter now, the lamps dimmer in memory, and the voices that once filled those chambers have scattered into history, games, adaptation, legend, and argument. The island remains a fitting place to leave the story because it was never truly a monument to magical control. It was a monument to the hope that control could be made permanent. And beneath it, indifferent to every council that ever met above, the dark water keeps folding against the stone. If you follow the history of magic on the continent closely enough, one pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Power is rarely dangerous because it exists, but because someone eventually decides it must belong to them. The Brotherhood wanted to regulate it, kings wanted to employ it, Vilgefortz wanted to possess it, the Lodge wanted to direct it, and entire kingdoms later wanted to destroy those who carried it. Even Ciri's blood became a battlefield long before she was old enough to choose what any of it should mean. That is the quiet cruelty at the center of this history. The moment power becomes valuable, the person who bears it begins to disappear behind other people's plans, and yet the Witcher never allows that idea to remain simple. Institutions are not always evil for creating rules, because untrained magic can kill. Sorcerers are not always corrupt for entering politics, because Sodden proves there are moments when refusing to act has its own cost. Witchers themselves exist because humanity once needed an answer to monsters that ordinary soldiers could not reliably face. Even the Lodge can believe, with some justification, that a world left entirely to kings and dynasties will continue destroying itself. The tragedy lies in how easily protection becomes management, and management becomes ownership. This is why Ciri matters far beyond the scale of her abilities. Her elder blood is extraordinary, but the deeper importance of her story lies in how relentlessly other people interpret that power as a reason to choose for her. Kings see succession, sorcerers see history, elves see an ancient project, and Vilgefortz sees possibility without conscience. Geralt and Yennefer become different because their love for her eventually asks something much harder of them: to protect without possessing. In a world obsessed with controlling the future, they learn that loving someone means accepting that the future still belongs to that person. Geralt's own relationship with magic follows the same logic in miniature. He never pretends to understand everything he encounters, and that limitation becomes one of his greatest strengths. A Witcher survives because he learns distinctions, respects boundaries, and knows when a monster is not what frightened villagers claim it is. That is why Regis can become a friend, why curses can sometimes be broken instead of answered with a sword, and why even Gaunter O'Dim is approached through observation rather than false certainty. Geralt's knowledge works because it leaves room for the unknown. Perhaps that is the most human lesson hidden beneath all the sorcery. The desire to understand the world is not the problem. Without it, the continent would be far crueler and far more dangerous. The problem begins when understanding turns into entitlement, when knowing something about another being becomes an excuse to decide what that being should become. Aretuza, Stygia, Moreau's laboratory, the Lodge's secret chambers, and the NL court all stand very far apart in purpose and history, yet each brushes against that same boundary. Power reveals character most clearly at the moment someone else becomes vulnerable to it. So when you think back across these centuries, the history of magic does not feel like a march toward mastery. It feels more like a long education in limits. Every age learns something extraordinary, then discovers there is another layer beyond it, another species, another world, another bloodline, another force that refuses to fit neatly inside the last explanation. The wisest figures are not always those who know the most, but those who recognize where knowledge ends and choice begins. In that small space between understanding and control, something like mercy becomes possible. And now the sea beneath Thanedd is quiet again. The halls above it are empty of arguments, the portals dark, the footsteps gone, and only the slow water continues against the stone. You can imagine the lamps one by one fading in the windows, where sorcerers once believed their order would endure forever. The island remains, but the certainty has vanished. Somewhere below, beyond the reach of councils, kings, and prophecy, the tide keeps moving exactly as it did before anyone thought magic could be owned